What? Hi, sorry, I was making my bean juice. Hello everyone. Hi. Editing time. I gotta go in. Hang on. In like 4 hours, and in that time I vow to get this done. I have to get this done today, otherwise I'm wasting my time. So we are editing, we're going straight into it. I'll put in some music. Hello everyone, hi, how are we doing? It's speedrun stream today. Hotels Australia, what the fuck, get out of here. I'm trying to open YouTube. You didn't see that, don't worry about it. Video game space music? Yeah, sure, why not? I don't care. I don't care. Just give me sounds, give me noise. Give me something. Alright. Let's get to it. I haven't done anything to Foily. Foily was being mean to me. I was existing. Oh god. I'm not slandering anybody. Oh my god. Foily, I have not done anything to you. You were making fun of me. And I said no. And you said but, and you kept trying to tease me. Oh god. Remember Dead Space? That was a good and fun game. Did I play it? No. Did I heard it was Did I heard? Did I hear it was super scary? Yes. I don't have anything to say about it. I just remembered video game from back in the day. It's space music. Do you want happy music? Okay, let's put on tavern bar fight music. Do you see what Foiley's saying? Can you see this? See how I'm the one being bullied? This is unbelievable. Oh my god, Firefox. I'm sorry, Firefox is so slow, it's actually doing my head in. Oh my god, I cannot deal with this goddamn browser. Okay. I can't play this. It's not copyright free. This is also not copyright free. Oh my god. Nope. Not good enough. Fight sound effects? Oh yeah, this is it. Oh yeah, enjoy this one. Hey, Voticon. My nose is running, my nose is running, and my nose is running. My nose... I'm not sick. Oh, shut up. Oh my god, shut up. Oh my god. No. No, that was one... That's one too many too far. You're not getting away with that one. Get over here. Zimbabwe Queen's not here to do that for me. Oh wait! Yes she is! Zimbabwe Queen! Why aren't you defending me in my honor? Sorry Zimbabwe Queen, I forgot to message you again about the stream. You will be integrated into my, my streaming schedule, I promise. You killed Foily, thank you. I'm on a bit of a crunch today. I will get this done. I'm speedrunning this too. With my life I'm speedrunning this edit. I've spent too long on it already. This should have been done yesterday, but I was so tired. There it is. If I'd finished yesterday, you'd know because it'd be uploaded by now. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I'm going outside today, so I gotta get this done before I go outside. Nino, wherever you are. Hurricanes, Australia gets cyclones up in the north. I know because I was in a few of them. Hurricanes, no. Cyclones, yes. What's the difference? The, rotation. There you go. I don't know which way spins what, but there is a difference. Factoids! Factoids with Mel. I think it does warrant a difference because I think I'd want to know which way I'd be sent flying. I want to know if the hurricane is going to send me, if this wind is going to send me flying to the left or to the right. Oh god, are spoilers out? Do I have to say don't talk about 1129? Bro, I don't even have this video out yet. Oh god, I hate leaks. For fuck's sake. Okay, hang on. You too, YouTubers. Well, thankfully the only spoilers that I know come out around this time are just like images. You can't like really get anything from them. Because every time the images come out is when everyone comes up with the most dog shit theories ever because they have no idea the context. My hands are cold, my feet are cold, my body is cold, my arms are cold, my fingers are cold. I'm cold. I don't know why. It's not a very cold day today. Please help me. I don't want to be here anymore. Oh! Romance is pretty gay. My hands are like translucent. There's no blood. There's no blood in these bad boys right now. That is also called being white. You're correct. I'm super... Actually, I'm half Italian and I have olive skin. Thank you very much. The back. Shut up. I have circulation problems in my hands and my feet, so yeah. I always have cold hands and cold feet. It's terrible when it's actually cold. I don't actually have gloves. All I have are ski gloves, snowboard gloves that I've used once. Once. You know that like stereotype that like white people love skiing? Me personally, no. My parents, they're obsessed with it. They're so obsessed with it. All they want to do is ski, and it's like, is it is it truly that fun? Snowboarding is so fun. I tried snowboarding for the first time in 2021. It was good fun. That's my biggest thing. You're paying how much money? Tons of money. Hiring ski or snowboard equipment, hiring any kind of snow equipment in general, having to get to the place, hiring accommodation, all for the huge possibility of like breaking a bone. Call me crazy, I don't like coming home after like a day of skiing or snowboarding and going, oh, my joints hurt, and then doing it the next day for my joints to keep hurting. My bones. Hi, Forest. I mean, luckily for Australia, we have... I'm not trying to be mean, I'm just saying that I've had a recollection. We have free healthcare in Australia, right? So I'm realizing that skiing and snowboarding in America must be so fucking profitable. Not only are people making money off the activity itself, but also from all the injuries. Well, why do you do your bed if you're going to destroy it anyways? Can I be honest with you guys? The only reason I do my bed is because I'll be on stream. I don't do my bed if I'm not doing a stream, because why should I? Unless people are coming over, unless I'm streaming, what is the point? I'm just gonna get back in bed anyways. Real. Actually, I stand by this. Have you ever had that thing where when you were younger, your parents were like, clean your room, we have guests coming over. And you'd be like, why do I have to clean my room? No one's coming into my room. I stand by that. Like, if it's an unbelievable mess with bugs and all that kind of stuff, yeah. You know, yeah, okay, that's gotta be cleaned. If it's a biohazard, clean it. But if it's like, there's just some things on the floor, the bed's not made, the party is not in my room. Leave me alone. Bugs? Oh wow. Okay, so I grew up next to the rainforest. I had a few bug infestations in my room. Because of all the bugs that we had in general around. When, not here, when I was little and I lived with my parents. Oh god. Yeah, I can see the YouTube channel. Hi, Ace. Hello. Port Gaz, is that you? Oh. God damn. I'm not sick. This is just, I've just woken up and I gotta get all like the grime out. Can you see why I have to shower in the morning? You know how people have that, oh, I can't shower in the morning. Oh, I don't shower in the morning. It makes no sense to me. I'm fucking disgusting in the morning. I'm sneezing, I'm sweating. I'm covered in filth. I gotta shower. I showered, by the way. I'm just letting you know. Night showers are scary. What if the killer gets me? What if the killer wants to get me? I'm so glad you... Thrash, you always get my references. I really appreciate that. I look a gorge? Oh my god, for a second I thought you said I look gorg. And I was thinking, what? Grog. And I was like, what's grog? I look grog? But thank you. I look so grog. Orcs, why not use a hairdryer? Because I can't go to bed with wet hair, because I'm going to wake up with a nest if I do that. Hairdryer is only bad for curly hair if you don't use the proper products. And I assume, like, of course there's different curly hair types. You can use the diffuser, but like you can also use products and creams and stuff to help with that. Of course, I don't have like tight curls. My mum does though, but of course it does depend on the curls, because there's different, you know, curl ranges. Doesn't work for you? Go ask your hairdresser then. I guarantee they'll find something for you. Bye? Who's saying bye? Why bye? Thrash? Where are you going? Thank God I just read through Little Garden and I have the notes for the chapters, so I don't have to go crazy. 116, alright. Oh, God. Alright, I'm putting on other tavern music. They've been fighting for too long. Oh yeah, much better. Oh, thank you. Works for my... Oh, works for your work, ho ho. Alright guys, between Dory and Broggy, which one are you taking home? Be honest with me. It's just one. Wait, let's do a poll. Vote now. Dory is that one at the top. Dory's this one. The silent majority for Broggy, for real. They didn't want to speak up. It's okay, speak up, guys. I see you like a man that makes you laugh. Oh god, don't make me do Attack on Titan deep dives. Attack on Titan is one of those series I'd get schooled. Like, not schooled, I'd get thrown tomatoes at. Because it's not for me. Attack on Titan has a problem of edgy for edginess sake, and it's not something I particularly enjoy. It's in that kind of same category of like Death Note, but Death Note, in my opinion, was much more intelligent. And that's saying something. Death Note was funnier, right? Attack on Titan just kind of leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Broggy1, holy shit, Broggy lovers in the chat. Speak up. Sorry, YouTubers, I didn't do the poll for you, but you can say who you love and who you'd take. Personally, I'm a Dory gal, I'm sorry. Dory looks like I could, you know, he's cute to me, I don't know how to say it. Thank you, though. It's okay. Not saying you can't like it. It's just personally was something where I was like, they keep showing people dying. I've now kind of become desensitized in this series to people dying. I have to watch Full Metal Alchemist. I haven't seen it, and Sarah doesn't like that I haven't seen it, because that's Sarah's favorite anime. Maybe when she comes to Australia we can watch it together. Yippee! She's coming to Australia for my birthday. A Kids Bop version of Attack on Titan, I don't know. You know, sometimes when I call Dorian and Broggy gay giants, some people get like really upset about it. I understand you personally thinking they're not gay. I get it. But come on. come on. At some point, you have to sit down and go, okay, that's a little gay. Like, they spent, what, 100 years or some stupid shit like that just duking it out. When one of them nearly died, or they thought died, he was like, wow, I've kind of lost my purpose. He found out the other one was alive. He hugged him and cried. He cried so hard a rainbow formed. A rainbow formed. He cried so hard that he was happy that his boy best friend was alive. I get yourself thinking, no, I don't personally see them like that, but how can you deny other people seeing them like that? Like, at this point, you have to have some... You've got to have some awareness, right? It's ridiculous to me. That's just bromance. God. Bromance is living alone on an island together for 100 years with no one else in sight and crying when your boy best friend you think is still alive. At this point, why even have like girlfriends and wives if you're fine living on an island with your boy best friend? You know what I mean? Like, you're clearly fulfilled in your life. I think they're middle-aged for giants, no? Aren't they like... We did the math. They're like 40 in like giant human years. We did the math in the Alabaster stream. This music is way too loud. They're dueling to the death? And then they cried when when they thought the other one died, remember? Do they look dead to you? They co-captained together. In pirate terms, that means they're married. I don't know how to tell you this. But in Little Garden, Broggy thought he beat Doggy. Broggy thought he beat Dory, and then he cried because he was like, wow, I have no purpose anymore. That was like one of the points. He wasn't crying because he was happy he won. He was crying because he was like, now what? Oh my god, the guy that I've been like on this island with for like 20 years is dead. And then when he found out he was alive, he sobbed and cried and went, oh my god, you're alive! And Dory was like, what the fuck? Like, I'm sorry. You have to admit, it's a teeny bit gay. That's like that's a crazy relationship to have. Calling that bromance at that point, kiss each other on the mouth and call that bromance at that point. You know what I mean? Bromance is not putting each other over anything else. I'm sorry, that's gay. That's love. You know what I mean? Like... I'm sorry, it's gay. For 20 years you're alone on an island together and you're just fighting with nothing else. With nothing else. That's like the year, like that's 20 years of like anniversary marriage, you know? it's the fact that we're just like, yeah, we'll stay together on this island forever. And I'm gonna cry when I think he died, and then I'm gonna cry again when he's actually alive. Even though we told each other we were dueling to the death. He went, oh my god. When I say 20 years, I mean in like human time compared to like giant time, do you know what I mean? Like, if you had a man say to you, yeah, I was on this island with another guy only for like 20 years only. We chose to do that, by the way. This was a choice. You cannot tell me you'd be like, dude. They wanted to continue the duel. That's even gayer. They were like, all right, we're gonna go and get our weapons, and then we're gonna go back to the island just by ourselves. We're just gonna go. We're gonna go back and keep dueling, out of sight, like out of the world, just me and you, till death do us part, literally. I'm sorry. No matter how you look at it, it's a bit gay. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh my god, you're finally back! Oh yeah, we're just here to pick up some weapons. And then we're gonna go back to the island together for another like 100 years. Don't look for us. Remember when the other giants were like, when we went to see Dora and Broggy, they were beating each other with their bare hands? I'm sure they were. It was a low-hanging fruit. I apologize. I'd like to apologize. But yeah, co-captaining is crazy. I'll say that much. Co-captaining is probably the craziest part of all of this. Like, again, in pirate terms, that means you're married. I'm serious. Every time I tell people, a lot of pirates are actually very gay. What? It's like, I'm sure Oda knows that. He did a lot of research on pirates. You'd have to be willingly, blindingly not wanting to see it. I'm not saying he purposely made Dory and Broggy gay, by the way. I'm not saying that. I'm saying Oda would know. He literally made like a whole like area of gay people in Impel Down. Oh god, I'm so cold, I'm shaking. I'm cold! I'm cold! What even is the weather right now? It's 7 degrees? Okay, hang on. I gotta message Bitney. It's for the heater. Celsius. I'll never, ever... People try and gaslight me. It's like, no, Fahrenheit makes sense. Fahrenheit makes sense. When it's 0, it's cold. When it's -0, it's fucking cold. When it's above 0, it's warm. That makes so much sense. What in the world are you guys talking about? It makes so much sense. I don't understand. Fahrenheit is the stupidest measuring ever. Ever. When it's 0 degrees, you go, wow, that's cold. When it's negatives, you go, holy shit, that's cold. That makes so much sense. 0 is freezing, 100 is boiling. Exactly. Right? Exactly. That makes so much sense. The perfect units of measurement. °7 in Fahrenheit is 44. You're saying the number 44 is cold. That's absolutely ridiculous. I'm sorry. That is a stupid measurement. That is a stupid system of measurement. Americans are just like, no, our numbers need to be bigger. Our numbers need to be bigger. Centimeters? Fuck that, we're doing inches. Meters? Fuck that, we're doing feet. Miles? Kilometers? Nah, fuck that, we're doing miles. And every single time, it's a little bit bigger. And it's like, why don't you guys like accurate measurements? What is going on? You just want to have a bigger measurement. It's ridiculous. Actually, kilometers are bigger than a mile. But it doesn't make sense. 1 mile is equal to 1.6 kilometers. You can't even round it up. Why have you done this? Why? For what? And for who? 1.6? What is your problem? Oh, wait. No, you're right. A mile is bigger. Because it's then 1.6 kilometers. Then the mile is bigger. You see what I'm talking about? What the hell is your problem over there? You have to have it be bigger. Otherwise, you just get angry. I thought I was a 5'5". It turns out I'm 5'6". Because I thought I did the measurement properly. No, it wasn't even correct because like a foot height, it doesn't round up to centimeters properly because centimeters are specific and foot is like, no, we're gonna skip a bunch. I don't understand what the problem is with your system over there. I don't get it. My height is a One Piece reference? Why? 5'6"? Shut up. Goku. I'm 150, what? For? I'm 168 centimeters. I'm yelling because I get hit by people who say, no, it does make more sense. To me. No, it does not make more sense. I've done the math. I've tallied it up. It doesn't make sense. I have been in the labs. I've put the monkeys on the typewriters. And you know what it all came back with? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I'm 1 centimeter bigger than you. Are you 167? Haha. Haha. We can totally be Zosan. Forrest, what are you yapping about in there? Don't worry. The only thing Americans do that the rest of the world nearly does is drive on the right side of the road. The only people who drive on the left, from my knowledge, are Australia, England, Japan. I think there's others, but there aren't as many. Does Canada? Does Europe? I don't actually know. Yeah, we drive on the left. Ireland? Well, there you go. But the rest of the world drives on the right. And I'm not quite sure why. I don't know why that's different. Like, Europe mostly doesn't. It's so funny because, like, my first overseas trip that I remember was to Japan. And then after that, I went to South Korea, and that was the first time I'd gone to a country that drives on the right. And I nearly opened the driver's door, because I have to sit in the front, because I get motion sick. I nearly opened the driver's door. It was so embarrassing. I just stood there, and he looked at me like... Oh, thank you. Oh. That's me in the sub alert. I should probably update it. I like that sub alert, but I need to get another one. I should make my sub alert the Doffy laugh was me. I need to get an animation. Huh. I used to have my natural hair's brunette. I'm never changing my follow. Oh, hi, God, Briggs awake. I'm never changing my follow. I love my that follow. Howdy do, boys. Celsius goes from 0 to like... Think of an oven. We go from 0 to like 230. A regular day, the hottest we've had... we've nearly hit 50 once. But like heat wave levels is like 45 to 50. Where is the snake? Not that one. There it is. You're being bullied? Bro, close your eyes. Just log off. Oh my god! Zosan Wings moment! I didn't even notice. Look at them. First of all, look at Luffy. How cute is he? Second of all, yeah. Once again, Zosan Wings moment. We love to see it. Okay. They're mirroring, yeah. I'm so happy that this new chapter did indeed, like, it's been confirmed a few times, but did indeed, like, pretty much confirm Sanji is the impulse control. I've always said, between Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy, Sanji's the impulse control for these guys. He's the one that will go, why the fuck are you doing that? And it's true, he is. Zoro and Luffy have always been super chaotic. Like, Wano. Zoro just ran off, remember? Even Fishman Island, he just walked away. He sliced a ship in half because he got on the wrong ship. Like, he's always been like that. So every time, like, he nearly sliced through the bubble as well. Zoro and Luffy, like, Zoro's good at being stable in a chaotic situation, but he still is someone that will, like, run into a fight is the problem. Sanji is fighting for his life, is all I'm saying. Like, when it comes to a situation of, we actually do need to think about this, such as the Water 7 situation, Zoro's very good in those situations. If they know what is about to happen, like what they need to do, he's off. Zoro's gone. If anything, he's like, Luffy, why the fuck are you not fighting? Like, why am I not fighting with you right now? He's always been like that. And Sanji's is always the one going, oh my god. Yeah, cut the ceiling to get to the roof. I love that Luffy feeds off your energy. He's only like this because you allow him to be like this. He's only like this because you're just as insane. I've always said Zoro and Luffy are just two jocks. They're two stupid jocks. They always have been. They are as dumb as each other, and I stand by that. We've seen many moments of both of them being confused about the same thing. Yeah, you went there to keep him from doing that. I like that all throughout Wano. It was Sanji, not Wano, through Onigashima. Well, you know, same thing. Through Onigashima, it was Sanji yelling at Luffy, stop fighting, you need to save your strength for Kaido. But Zoro and Luffy were like, you know, let's fight, let's get in, let's go, let's fucking brawl. And they went on the roof here. And it's like, we've got one guy going, if you're fighting, I'm fighting. We've got the other guy going, don't fight unless you need to fight. Muscleheads, literally. Zoro doesn't always have an emotional intelligence. How to explain it? It's not that he's insensitive, because he's not. But next to Luffy and next... Even with Sanji, I'm not sure about Sanji's emotional intelligence per se. He just has a lot of faith in people, Sanji, in general. But Luffy is the one with all the emotional intelligence, for sure. Zoro, not so much. Sanji puts his own faith in people. Do you know what I mean? So, like, you know, Sanji has people turn on their side because he's nice to them instead of having to read them. Sanji doesn't think about if I have to read this person or not. He is just nice to them. And then they go, oh, he was nice to me, so I like him. But Sanji doesn't, no, he's not like Luffy and like how he reads people to understand them. He's just nice to them. Not just women, men as well, such as Gin from the Baratier, you know? But yeah, Zoro on emotional intelligence, he thinks logically. He thinks logically more than emotionally. It's happened many, many, many times. Like, when Robin first joined, that pissed Zoro off so bad. Because logically he was thinking, this makes no sense, this is making me upset. Because in his logical mind, he's thinking she is a dangerous woman. And then, of course, it took him a while to warm up to that. Even with Luffy's agreement with Robin, with Luffy liking Robin, it still took Zoro a moment to actually be comfortable with her being on the ship. So, it's not that Zoro doesn't have emotional intelligence, he's just a lot more logical. Like, he wanted to abandon Nami until Luffy said, nah, she's our navigator, we're not abandoning her in Island Park. And he went, okay, fine. And then when he saw Nami putting on her facade for the Island Park guys, as I said in the East Blue video, that was Zoro believing in Luffy. When Luffy said, no, she's our navigator. And he's thinking, all right, I'm jumping in the water. Let's see if she saves me. And she did. Yeah, logical, right? And the Water 7 choice was the logical choice. But Luffy could understand the emotional strain of Sanji can't help himself because he's angry and he wants to go save Robin now. Because Luffy was the same. And Luffy even said to Zoro, if you are in his position, could you just wait? Could you just sit there and wait? So Luffy got that. One of the funniest moments, not funniest, one of the most interesting moments, I think, is when Zoro had a bit of a chat to Wiper after the Skypiea stuff. And then Zoro said, like, you know, get Chopper to, like, help him. And Sanji went, oh, you want to save this guy? Really? And Zoro was, like, saying how Wiper, you know, deserved the help, essentially. And a lot of people took that wrong and took it as Sanji being, like, rude. And being like, no, we should just kill Wiper. That moment wasn't Sanji, like, being a dickhead. Sanji was not passed out. This was... This was... What? No, he wasn't. This was after they'd, everything was fine. He'd woken back up at this point. Because remember, they were like, oh god, Connis's dad died, and then he popped up. Sanji was awake at this point. Anyways, Sanji had come over and said, really, you want to help this guy? And that wasn't Sanji being an asshole. That was Sanji being surprised that Zoro wanted to help someone in the moment that was, that had attacked them, yeah. He didn't have the full context, but he wasn't going, we should kill Wiper. That was him being surprised at Zoro's softness towards Wiper. And remember, in Punk Hazard, Sanji said Zoro has a soft heart. So he's seeing these moments, like, this is not Zosan shipping. This is Sanji seeing Zoro's softer moments and it's going, oh, this guy's not actually the demon he, like, makes himself out to be, essentially. And that's why it's so important in Punk Hazard that Sanji said Zoro has a soft heart. Because Sanji's seen it. He's seen it again and again and again and again. Skypiea is one of those moments where Sanji saw Zoro, had a softness towards Wiper, wanted Wiper to also be saved in that moment. And Zoro and Sanji went, alright, I see you, fake I don't give a fucker. Fake I don't give a fucker, I see you. She's a woman. Oh god. Feminist women love Eminem. No, he has extreme emotional constipation. Like, I stand by if Luffy or Zoro, if Luffy or Sanji heard what Zoro said in Egghead at the end, where Zoro was like, he's just some old geezer. I stand by if Luffy or Sanji were there and heard that, they would have gone, you know, it's okay. Because that was clearly Zoro being tough on himself. He's always like that. In the same way that Luffy said to Zoro in Zoro, you're worried about Sanji, aren't you? He was worried about Luffy and he was also upset at himself for feeling like he didn't do enough in Egghead for Vegapunk to have died. But unfortunately, Sanji and Luffy were busy. So we didn't get them having to look into the camera and tell us he doesn't actually mean that. But the fact we had Jinbei in the back saying, whoa, the fact we had Jinbei going, oh, that's harsh. Like, he was shocked at what Zoro said. Means, very clearly to me, we are not meant to take that as a... Yo, yeah, Zoro's right. That's meant to be, what the fuck is Zoro being so harsh for? And if you just think about it, it's because he's clearly upset at himself for not being where he needed to be, because it was true, and also not being able to help in the moment. But Zoro is the head and Sanji is the heart. It's quite obvious. Zoro's an idiot. But in terms of a situation that requires logical thinking, a tough situation that requires logical thinking, Zoro's very good at it. And that's why the Water 7 scene with Sanji and Zoro both saying, no, Luffy does need to stand strong. Like, Luffy does need to wait for Usopp to come to us. We can't just get Usopp back on the crew. They were the only two that agreed with that in the moment. Because he, like... things mean things. The fact that Zoro said to Luffy, no, I'm leaving the crew if you bring Usopp back now. And the fact that Nami said, Zoro, what the hell? You're being too rude and too cruel and too harsh. And Sanji said to Nami, unfortunately, Nami, he's right. To Nami. Sanji fucking never disagrees with Nami. Hardly ever disagrees with Nami. Oda was making a point for Sanji to not just agree with Zoro, but to disagree with Nami and to say, no, Zoro is correct. They were the only two that agreed with that, and people still want to deny that they are Luffy's wings together. That was the head and the heart working in unison there. And it drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. Hang on, I gotta get the cat. Never mind. Cats are eating. They're not interested in me right now. Well, they're not all still children. I guess at that time, a lot of them were. But, I mean, you know, 21 now. But, I wouldn't call them children, per se. I'd still hold a 19-year-old accountable for the things they've done. But, they were young. They were definitely young. A 17-year-old should also be held accountable, it's true. But yeah, they weren't. Yeah, but like children, you know what I mean? They're not children. I think children, it makes them sound, you know, how do I explain? Like they don't have a frontal lobe. They were young, but I wouldn't say they were just children. Sanji and Vinsmoke, you know, that was just a baby. They're not innocent. Yeah, exactly. It makes them sound innocent, and they're not innocent. But either way, it's just like there's been so many moments where we can see that one is emotionally driven and one is logically driven. And sometimes that works against themselves, but it's just why they work so well together. For Luffy, not romantically, not as a ship, I mean for Luffy. It's why they are Luffy's wings. And it's also why I'm sorry, it just peeves me so bad of the misconception that Zoro's the first mate. No, he's not. He's not, and he never was. And it's simply because Zoro alone would not make a good first mate. That's why they are the wings, and not just one without the other. Because he's just too harsh in places where he can't be harsh. But he's also stupid sometimes. But there's a reason Luffy has wings and not one first mate, is what I'm saying. That's very obvious. Because Sanji would be a terrible first mate on his own. Zoro would be a terrible first mate on his own. And not only that, it ruins the dynamic of the Straw Hats as a whole. There is no first mate. It shouldn't even be a hot take. It's canonically true. There is no first mate because like any one person would be a shit first mate. Like, I don't know why it's a hot take, but like any single Straw Hat, if they had the role of first mate, would not be good at it. Because all different situations call for a different person to take charge. That's how the Straw Hats work. Hence why it bugs me so bad. Because a lot of the Straw Hats were leaders in their own right in a lot of situations. Well, it's not planting responsibility. The first mate role is I trust you above the rest of them to make the right decisions when I'm not here. That is not how Luffy works, and that's the problem. That's why that really peeves me so bad. Luffy is not going to say, you single Straw Hat, when I'm not here, you single Straw Hat, you're in charge, because the rest of them need that leadership when I'm not here. And that's not how the Straw Hats work. It's Luffy is when I'm not here, I trust all of you to make the right decision. That's what we saw happen on Zoro. When Luffy wasn't there, even when Zoro wasn't there, that crew on their own, the half of the crew, made the right decisions, and he was proud of that. Sorry, itchy. I gotta change this music. I need it to be more relaxing. But yeah, it's like, it's just, I feel so, it's so frustrating. It's like Oda has made a point to not have a first mate. He even made Bartolomeo, right, who was meant to represent the crazy super Straw Hat fan. Bartolomeo even said, Zoro's the first mate to me. He said, Zoro the unofficial first mate to me. How is that not Oda having a fucking laugh and taking the piss and going, this is how you guys talk? He's not the first mate. He never made him the first mate. I keep saying Zoro instead of Oda, but it's like, I feel like people think I have an agenda when I say that. Which is, again, if I have an agenda, the agenda is there is no first mate. I'm not trying to make someone else the first mate. I'm not trying to make Sanji the first mate or Nami the first mate. It's there is no first mate on this crew. That is a point. I mean, I always thought that's what Bartolomeo represented. The fan that misconstrues a Straw Hat sometimes. Because the amount of people I've seen say, well, other people call Zoro the first mate. Yeah, but has Luffy? Has Nami? Has Usopp? Has anyone on the Straw Hat done that? The fact Luffy has never called Zoro his first mate is all we need. It's all we need. It's not like he picked up Zoro and said, you're my first mate. He said, oh, a swordsman. When he picked up Sanji, oh, a cook. When he picked up Nami, oh, a navigator. When he picked up Usopp, oh, you can be the sniper. Frankie, shipwright. Archaeologist Robin. Even though I don't think Luffy has called Robin the archaeologist, we know she is because she's called herself an archaeologist. Zoro has not only never called himself the first mate. Chopper, emergency food! Zoro has not only never called himself the first mate, Luffy has never called him that. No one on the crew has called him that. And I'm like, I remember watching through One Piece and thinking, why the fuck do people call Zoro the first mate? No one has called him that. Oda never called him that either. And then Oda even said, no, he's not the first mate. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? It's just so clear to me that they're all the first mate in their own right. That's how the Straw Hats work. Thank you, first mate Chopper. In fact, the only person that has called themselves the vice captain is Usopp. And considering the way Usopp works is when he tells a lie, it comes true. He's probably the only one that we can nearly say is the closest to a first mate. Because he's the one that said it. But even then, people will just reject that. I don't know why Zoro gets compared to Rayleigh. Can I be so honest? that confuses the shit out of me. The only things that Zoro and Rayleigh have in common is scar over eye, drinking, and sword. That's it. Aside from that, Rayleigh and Zoro do not act the same at all. Rayleigh even said Zoro looks like a moron. Rayleigh is so clearly a combination of Zoro and Sanji to me. Like, so obviously, in my opinion. And I never understand why Rayleigh is like, oh, they're so similar. In what regard? Rayleigh said Zoro's a fucking idiot. You know who calls Zoro an idiot all the time? If anything, it looks like Oda said, oh fuck, I need to make the first mate of the Pirate King. I know. Let's make a combination of Zoro and Sanji, since they're the wings. I don't get it. Like, Rayleigh acts nothing like Zoro. Nothing. So I'm like, where is this coming from? I just don't understand. But I don't know, maybe that's just me. But I personally, as a Rayleigh fan, I'm like, this guy is nothing like Zoro. What are these people talking about? It feels a bit like copium to me, personally, to push the first mate agenda, but maybe that's just me. The scene in Wano where Roger runs off to fight Odin, and Rayleigh says, what the hell, you just want to fight him? Oh shit. Like, that... It totally contradicts the scene that we just got in, I think Elbaf, I still don't know where we are, where Luffy's running off and Zoro's going, vicious soldiers, and Sanji's saying, you are enabling him. That Rayleigh moment is so much more like Sanji than like Zoro, because he's saying to Roger, you just want to fight. And I'm like, I don't get it. I'm seeing a combination of characters here. I'm not seeing Zoro in Rayleigh. I'm just not seeing Zoro in Zoro only in Rayleigh, and I'm like, I don't know where this is coming from. Well, I mean, also the fact that Sanji sat down and had a chat with Rayleigh as well, Rayleigh and Shaki, when he got to Sabaody, and he was like the only one to do that, and it's like, it just... Rayleigh just feels like a combo, like, of Zoro and Sanji to me. Because Rayleigh's very intelligent. He's very intelligent, and I'm gonna be honest with you, Zoro is not very intelligent. Rayleigh's not a jock. I'm sorry, he's not. So it's like, where is this comparison coming from? It's like, sword, okay. Scar, okay. Drinking, okay. Physical aside, I don't know. I'm not seeing personality-wise. That's something that's peeved me so much. Like, I'm speaking out. I'm saying my truth. Zoro's fucking nothing like Rayleigh. Stop saying that. That's my MILF. My MILF is not a joke. He showers. Rayleigh showers. Okay? I've had it. I can't do this anymore. I'm breaking my silence. I was gonna say, Rayleigh and Robin also feel a bit similar, right? Also, we've seen Rayleigh crying more than once. Zoro? Zoro who does not cry? What the fuck? Anyways. And Rayleigh's a womanizer. He's just so obviously a combination. Like, I'm seeing a combination of Zoro and Sanji and Rayleigh. That feels the purpose to me. Blonde swordsman who drinks and is a womanizer. And calls Zoro an idiot. I'm not crazy. If you include kid Zoro, then he's cried a lot. You can say that about any of the kids. But no, we are talking about adult Zoro. He has not cried since Mihawk, and that's just shocking. He really needs to cry. 2001 times because of Queena. I don't know. I'm not trying to say that Sanji is Rayleigh, and I'm not trying to say that Zoro isn't Rayleigh. I'm saying that they're both him. It's just a combination of so many people in Rayleigh. And every single time I say, oh, Zoro's so Rayleigh, or Rayleigh so Zoro, I'm like, where are you getting this from? For the love of God, where are you getting this from? They are so different. It's driving me insane how different they are. Rayleigh's sad and depressed because he lost his soulmate. Oh, you don't understand the water scene. What happened there was, what do you not understand about it, actually? Because there's a lot I can explain, but I need to know exactly what you didn't understand. So I can pull out my book and you can sit down and I can lecture you. And I can help you. And then, together we will, dissect this. Yeah, Zosan's time traveled. That's when Zoro got locked in, and Sanji got pregnant. They're about to time travel to the past, and together they will create Rayleigh. Foily, you are right though. It does come from people trying to obsessively make Luffy's crew Roger's crew, which is ridiculous because we haven't even seen half of Roger's crew. You need help understanding why did Sanji ask in the first place? Okay. I love this topic. What happened? Sanji's mutating because of his Germa blood. He's realized if he mutates, he'll lose his emotions. He's also thought, if he mutates, Luffy won't want him anymore because Luffy said to him on Whole Cake Island, you're you. So basically Luffy... Sanji is in this mindset of if I mutate, I'm not who anyone wants me to be anymore on this crew. The only reason he is a Straw Hat, he thinks, or Luffy saved him, he thinks, is because Sanji's Sanji. So he's thinking, if I lose my emotions, I have to die. He'd rather be killed than no longer be himself, essentially. So what's happened there is he called Zoro up, and then he said, after this battle, if I'm not myself, I need you to kill me. Zoro doesn't know what's going on, but he knows Sanji, and he knows Sanji wouldn't be telling him this if it weren't serious. Sanji also probably asked Zoro to do that because he thinks Zoro's the only one that can do that. Not strength-wise, but, you know, promise-wise, because Zoro always keeps his promises. That's a big part of his character. So the reason Zoro said yes is because he knows that this is serious and that Sanji wouldn't be asking him if it weren't serious. And hence the Death Pact was created. And what Zoro said to Sanji with the, you better, I have something to look forward to, blah, blah, blah. That means you better be alive after this, or you better not die. That's Zoro saying, I don't know what's going on, but don't die, because that's how they banter, right? They can't be normal to each other. So it's got to be, it's a bit of a, I'm kind of worried, don't you dare die. So Zoro has said yes to that. Has he said yes because he hates Sanji? No. He said yes because he knows this is serious and this is important, and Sanji doesn't ask him things without it being important. The question that is arising from this is, can Zoro actually do it? Not physically, not in strength, but emotionally, mentally. Can he go through with that? I personally don't think he could. I think Zoro's going to be stuck in a stalemate if this does happen, because Zoro's whole thing is he doesn't want his crew to die, but his other whole thing is keeping his promises. So the problems arising from this isn't, oh yeah, Zoro's just going to kill Sanji. It's, but can he possibly? If he did, would he ever forgive himself? Would Luffy ever forgive Zoro? Because Luffy doesn't want Sanji to die, even if Sanji mutates. They have not discussed it, no. And that's very on par for them. Zoro and Sanji don't talk. Have you noticed that? When there's like a problem, when they're having an emotional problem, they don't talk. Because they are both fucking idiots. So it has not been discussed between them, no. But I have no doubt it will definitely come back up. But I hope that makes sense. But I was fully expecting them to not talk about it afterwards. They never do. They never talked about nothing happened, ever. And I am truly hoping that if this shit does happen with Sanji, and Zoro's like, it's not fair that you put this all on me. I really want Sanji to be like, what about what you put on me? What I had to see, and I couldn't tell anyone. I couldn't tell Luffy. You know that fucking weighed on him because he was stressed. He was scared when he saw Zoro. But they can't tell anybody because nothing happened. And Sanji respected that. But what a weight that has to be, right? Of thinking that you couldn't be there to help him. Brook did see it, but none of them are saying anything. Brook wasn't in the moment the way Sanji was, is what I'm saying. Brook didn't run off and find Zoro and freak the fuck out and yell, are you dead? He's not the one that saw Zoro as a walking corpse, essentially. Yo-ho-ho. But that moment, although seen by Brook and heard by Robin, it was not Brook's moment. It was not Robin's moment. It was a moment between Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, and it's a moment that they must keep secret. So Luffy doesn't hear it. And you know why? Because Luffy will be angry if he finds out both of them did that for his sake. Luffy hates sacrifice on his part. We know this. We know how much that would piss him off, that they put their lives on the line for him. He doesn't want that. So that's why they don't tell him. Because it will make him angry. Yo ho ho. But yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. They don't talk about anything, and they probably should. But I was fully expecting them not to talk about it because they don't talk about anything, and I was like, yeah, that's what I expected. No such thing as healthy communication. No. It still makes me laugh that, like, a lot of Zoro Dude Bro fans who hate Sanji can't for the life of them figure out why Sanji kicked Luffy and why he just let that happen. If you go into, if you look up why did Zoro let Sanji kick Luffy, you'll see so many Reddit threads of these guys just doing fucking equations, trying to figure this out. But he disrespected the captain. And of course the obvious answer is because Zoro agreed with Sanji. That's the obvious answer. He agreed with Sanji that Luffy should not be saying that. But they don't want to admit that. They don't want to admit that, so instead they're like so confused they don't get that scene. They're like, why did Zoro let that happen? Why didn't he say anything? Because he agreed. He agreed that Luffy was acting out and not acting like a captain and shouldn't be saying these things unless he meant it. La la la. Either way, they make me laugh because the obvious answer is right there. And they just don't want to see it because they hate Sanji. I want to do Mario Party today, but after this edit, I have to go. So we'll see if I can make it. Because Mario Party yesterday sucked. I don't think it was anyone's internet. I think the Nintendo servers were just scuffed, honestly. Oh shit, that reminds me. Sorry, I forgot I had to make a little shopping list for myself when I go out. I'm fighting for my life to get this video out before any more leaks come out. But yeah, I think my favorite thing to do is say Zoro and Sanji are equals. Zoro respects Sanji. You'll get fucking nothing but people denying it, and it drives me nuts. You say equal and you still get people going, well no, Zoro is meant to be a little bit stronger. Is he? The people they have fought have been on equal terms. And I've discussed this before. King and Queen are called King and Queen. Those are equal roles. A king is not above a queen. Same with the Alabasta situation. There's a reason that Sanji versed someone who didn't have a partner. And it's like, I never read, and I'm not saying this for any agenda. I'm saying this because I am reading One Piece. I never once thought, oh, Zoro is meant to be a bit stronger than Sanji. I never thought that once. And now Sanji's in a situation where he has his Germa body, his Germa exoskeleton. And it just, in all regards, feels like they are supposed to be total equals. The bounties are what did it. Yeah, and the bounties as well keep fluctuating is what gets me. So it's like, I'm convinced they're gonna end on the same bounty. But it's like, it's so crazy because it's not like I'm saying Sanji's stronger than Zoro. I never say that. I always say, no, they are supposed to be equals on every regard. And that really pisses people off. And it's like, they literally fought in Onigashima on the right and the left. They are the wings. That's the point, the wings. And I've said this before, I've said it in my Zoro and Sanji video. What is the point of having wings if one is bigger than the other? You can't fly, can you, if that's the case? There's a reason that Zoro was fighting Kaido and he got slapped down to Sanji's level. That is environmental storytelling to a T. To a T. Sanji was taking on King and Queen by himself for the longest time there, until he was like, oh my god, Zoro, I need you to get up. There's a reason King and Queen together were fighting Zoro and Sanji together. There's a reason we saw Dazbones and Bon Clay had a bit of a rivalry before Zoro and Sanji fought them. There's a reason Zoro and Sanji are mirroring Dory and Broggy. I don't understand that when I say, no, they are equals, I get people always saying, no, but Zoro's meant to be a little bit stronger. What the fuck are you talking about? There is nothing storytelling-wise that indicates that. And it's like, I don't understand where this has come from. It's just bias for bias sake, in my opinion. And it's like, I'm literally being told that they are the wings, that they are equals. God forbid I say they're equals. It drives me absolutely nuts. It's like so controversial for some reason to be like, actually, you know, Sanji is on Zoro's level. No! No! Zoro just has to be better. And it's like, what the fuck is going on? But yeah, all I know is I just I get so much shit every time I say that, even though in a story narrative it makes sense. God, that's why every time people say, no, Sanji's just a cook. Sanji's just a cook. That's why I had to specify in my East Blue video that Oda said every single time, he said it multiple times in the Baratier, we are not just cooks, we are sea cooks. There's a difference. There's a reason he was calling Baratier the battle restaurant. There's a reason that every single time Sanji was undermined as a cook, he'd say, I'm a sea cook. Because Oda's making a point that no, Sanji is not just a cook. No one on the Baratier is just a cook. They're sea cooks. That is a very big difference in the world of One Piece. And it's like, you're just telling me you're not reading the series if you're calling Sanji just a cook. We don't fight at the Baratier! Ah, don't say that. Oh my god, I'll kill you. Don't say that. Put yourself in timeout. Zimbabwe Queen, don't time out them, but you do have to think about what you just said. Well, that's why the Zoro bros during Egghead were freaking the fuck out. If you read One Piece with the sports in mind, you're going to read something like Egghead and get scared and get angry. Because why can't he take Lucci out? Because this is a narrative. They were freaking the fuck out that Zoro couldn't take out Lucci, but Sanji was blocking Kizaru. They were freaking out. And it's like, if you read it with the narrative purpose, that they are the wings, you will not be freaked out. But you're not reading it with a narrative purpose. You're reading it like a sport, and now you're angry. It was just ridiculous. And when Sanji took Jinbe's punch, S-Shark's punch, like it was nothing, and the way that they kept trying to undermine S-Shark as if we weren't just told the Seraphim are the strongest beings to exist. We were told that. Oda made a point to look into the camera and say, these Seraphims are the strongest beings to ever exist. And they still go, oh no, that was, no, S-Shark's nothing, S-Shark's nothing. Stop fucking reading it like a sport, I swear to God. Maybe if you were reading it like a narrative, when Sanji got punched by S-Shark, you'd go, oh, that's scary. You wouldn't then fight to try and reason it. You'd go, wow, that's scary. Because that's meant to be scary, in my opinion. That Sanji just took that. That's terrifying. Sanji got chomped by an elder and stood back up. That's terrifying. That's scary. Sanji is moving faster than light. That's scary. That is fucking terrifying. And it's like, why can't you guys recognize we are not meant to look at Sanji and jack him off? We're meant to look at Sanji and go, dude, this isn't you. This is terrifying. And it scares me. Saturn's weak anyway. Egghead truly felt like Oda was sick of it. I don't know how the power scaling community is in Japan. I think it's also just as bad. It feels like Oda saw the power scaling community and said, fuck you, when he wrote Egghead. He said, alright, you guys want a power scale? You guys want to demean Sanji? Here we fucking go. Kizaru and 3 elders. Let's see how you deal with that. Oh, and S-Shark. Let's see how you deal with that. It feels like he was just tired. And he said, I'm putting Zoro over here while Sanji just does all of this work. Let's see how you guys reason with that. The funniest one was still when Sanji said to Zoro, he didn't even say it to Zoro, but when Sanji said he's a liability, in terms of Zoro not taking out Lucci in time, and how everyone was up Sanji's ass for that. It feels like, I'm not saying Oda did, but it feels like Oda saw that and then went, okay, you want to call Sanji a dickhead for saying that? Guess what? Zoro's now saying, why is Luffy crying? It's just some old geezer. It feels like every fucking time someone was up Sanji's ass for something in Egghead, he then made Zoro worse. Or something like that. It feels like he was like, you want to pick on Sanji? Okay, defend your fucking boy toy then. See if I can. Zoro's gonna defeat Base Lucci, whatever the fuck the meme is. Oda? No, he won't. I'm gonna keep him there. Oh god. Maybe Wano did him in. Maybe Wano made him tired. Zoro kills Kaido. It just felt... it was so funny. But yeah, it was good fun. It was good fun. I don't hate Zoro, by the way. I know I have to say it all the time. I love Zoro. I like what happened in Egghead because I really enjoy seeing Zoro's struggles. But these reactions are just... they make your brain small. Also, remember when Zoro was about to fight Kaku? This was so funny. Zoro was about to fight Kaku and Sanji went, no. And just bubbled him. Zoro was like, bring it on. Sanji said, nah. Get a move on. That made me piss myself laughing. Oh, fuck, that was funny. Nah. Get in the bubble. You get in the bubble. You get on the ship. We're leaving. God. Sanji said, Zoro, grab your shoes. We don't have time for this bum. Fuck, that was funny. I was like, why isn't Sanji just using the bubble on Lucci? Just use the bubble on Lucci. Sanji should have given Jinbei the bubble gun and said, just use this on him. Just use this on the fucking cat. Get Zoro, get out of there. We gotta go! We gotta go! Like a stressed mother, like, you know, packing everyone's shit. Oh my god, go get the other one. Just go get the other one. We're leaving. We're leaving. Oh, that's what Sanji felt like in Egghead. He was working. Kid's a loser! Useless kid, that bum. The funniest thing I've heard is, no, kid can't be alive because then that undermines Shanks. What? Are you? Do you even know Shanks's character? To say that? What? Shanks just has to kill people. Otherwise, people will take him too lightly. We've gotten about 5 scenes of Shanks and you still get his character wrong. Think about that! You can count the amount of Shanks panel on one hand. And they still get his character wrong. That's unbelievable to me. That is unbelievable to me. I'm sorry. I just can't. No, he has to kill Kid. He has to. Why? What Shanks did was essentially a slap on the wrist. He's definitely not dead. Kid is 100% not dead. You know why? Because Shanks doesn't needlessly kill. That's kind of the point. Does he not like Kid? Yes. Will he kill someone who was out to kill, like, his crew? Not really, no. Shanks isn't like that. Not even Luffy does that. This is why I can't be in the Reverie. I've heard the conversations that goes on in there, and I'd be like, I can't, like, I wouldn't be able to. You know what I mean? I'd be like, okay. Not for me, I'm afraid. Not undermining the Reverie, by the way. I know a lot of people like it. I would just be very nervous on there. Anyways. I love reading One Piece like a book, like a novel. Like it's literature. That's crazy, right? It is just so funny that Oda's even said the older you get, the more tired you get of drawing fights. He straight up said drawing fights is boring. Is boring to him now. And you can feel it in Egghead because he didn't want to linger on the fights. He wanted to move, and you can really feel it. And I am ecstatic about that. I'm ecstatic that Oda's like, to make fights more interesting, I've made Gear 5 Luffy. That makes me ecstatic, because like that's exactly my type of content. In terms of him not wanting to linger on fights anymore. He wants to make them fun. He wants to make them interesting. He'd rather talk about the emotional and narrative pull of his series than be stuck in a fight. And Egghead was nothing but that. Egghead was a fantastic direction. And I know that this new arc is going to do exactly that. Bruh. I know he's getting so much hate for off-screening fights. I knew the second that Sanji bubbled Kaku that I could feel Oda was like, I'm not drawing that shit. I'm not drawing that shit. We're moving on. He said, no, I've got better things to draw. You've had enough screen time. Oh. Do you feel empty after finishing Until Dawn because it was a bad game, Brigley? A scene that means a lot to me. Well, 100% Luffy's that's who you are in Whole Cake Island. That shit made me sob. Of all things for Luffy to say, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting you know, it's okay. Or I was expecting a okay Sanji or anything like that, but well, that's who you are. The impact that shit had on me is insane. Sanji showing all his vulnerabilities, all the sides that he thinks is bad, that he's been told is bad to Luffy. And Luffy lovingly, wholeheartedly says, that's who you are. Not as a negative, but as a total positive on why he loves Sanji and why he'll help Sanji. That is such a powerful thing to say, especially to someone that hates themselves, right? With a smile saying, that's who you are. Oh my god, that shit was crazy. The other one was Luffy ringing the bell and yelling, can you hear it, old man? The bell was here the whole time. Oh, I got goosebumps just saying that. That golden bell was insane. It was insane. Holy shit. I'll never forget that. And the fact that chapter was called Love Song as well. Ah! Love Song! It's called Love Song! That bell is the sound of love. The sound of love! Oh, that shit was beautiful. They fought to ring the bell of love, dude. The gay bell. And Luffy yelling to Vivi, then let us help you as well. When Vivi says, what else am I supposed to do? If I can't, like, put myself on the line, what else am I supposed to do? And Vivi and Luffy yelling, let us help you. Like, god damn. Holy shit. I love One Piece because One Piece is about how hard it is to ask for help. How hard it is to need people. And how Luffy just doesn't accept that and says, no, if you need help, I'm helping you. If I care about you, I'm helping you. Just ask and he'll help, right? That's just such a beautiful message. You shouldn't have to shoulder everything. It's hard to need people, but when people want to be needed or they love you, they want to help you. It's just such a sweet message. Also, it's not exactly a small moment, but when Boa is talking to Luffy about what happened to her and her sisters, and that whole moment actually made me sob. God, that was such a heavy moment. But when she's talking to Luffy about her and her sisters, and one of them like breaks down and freaks out because of the trauma, and Luffy sees that and turns to Hancock and says, "You don't have to tell me." Like, Luffy had nearly been killed by this woman, right? She hated him from the get-go. She despised him. Now Boa is essentially telling him why she did that. But Luffy is saying to her, you don't have to tell me, because he's seeing how much it's harming not only her sisters, but her. And that's a lot, you know, like him essentially saying, you don't have to relive your trauma. You don't have to tell me your pain for me to understand your pain, essentially. She still told him, but the fact that he even said that was it's just such emotional maturity. And of course, like in Wano, when Sanji's running through fuck, this one means a lot to me too. When Sanji's running through the Onigashima building with Luffy, and he hears a woman yell, and what he thinks he sees is a woman being assaulted, essentially. That's what was happening. And he jumped in to try and save her. He realized it was a trap. But in the moment, all he said was, oh, thank God you're okay. He said, thank goodness it was just a trap. That's insane to me. Like, in a good way, the fact that he got caught in a trap because a woman was essentially pretending to be insulted. But in any other moment, in any other thing, I'd see like a guy yelling, "Oh, you bitch," you know, you liar, you know, you like using dirty things to try and like get me caught. But instead, Sanji said, "Oh, thank God no one's being hurt. Thank God no woman has been harmed." That is like, that fills me with so much comfort. I can't express how that like made my brain go, whoa. Oh yeah, when he got hurt in Punk Hazard, as much as weird things happen in Punk Hazard, but when they changed their bodies around again, and Sanji was like, "Ow, I'm so in pain that I can't move," and then Nami was fine. And Sanji cried, "Oh, thank God it was me and not Nami. Thank God I'm the one that got hurt and not Nami." God. I'm like, God damn, I love you, Sanji. Yeah, you're a weirdo. Yeah, you do some fucked up things. But when you have good moments, they're good moments. There's just so many moments of emotional maturity in One Piece. It's shocking. Like, I truly do stand by that Oda feels like very emotionally intelligent in regards to what he writes. The way he portrayed the relationship, the abusive relationship between Law and Doffy is one of the things. Oh, and also Sengoku saying to Law, "You don't find a reason for someone's love." Oh. Oh. I mean, one of the best moments in Thriller Bark to me is when Nami got herself out of that situation. She arrived to help and Sanji started sobbing and crying and yelling, "Oh, thank God, Nami, you're okay." He was just so happy she was okay. I've seen people shit on that. And I'm like, oh my God, he was fucking dead worried about her because he couldn't save her. He sees she's okay and he's yelling and sobbing, "Thank God you're okay." And I'm like, why do you not like that moment? What in the world? Like, he's sobbing in joy that she's okay. And people are like, ew. How annoying. What the fuck? I also really like the moment where when Doffy is about to step on Law, and of course Luffy stops him. God, that is such a fantastic moment. There's so much there, you know? Because Luffy was letting Law have that fight, you know? He was letting Law face his abuser in that, like, beforehand in that moment. And he stood back and he was watching what was happening. And then, of course, Doffy got the upper hand, essentially, because Doffy wins by talking, essentially. He wins by getting in your head. He got in Law's head. And because of that, he managed to stand back up and nearly kill Law. Just so many things about that, from Doffy's manipulation to Law yelling, damn, like, damn it. He was yelling as Doffy was about to kill him in anger and in fear because he knew he'd let Doffy win. And then Luffy just stops it. He doesn't say anything. He just stops it and glares at Doflamingo because he knows what a monster this man is, you know? He knows in front of him is the person that has ruined Law's life from what he saw. It was just an insane moment. how Luffy observed everything between Law and Doffy in that moment, and he stopped it in such anger. He was so fucking pissed. Oh god, it was such a good moment. The fact that like Doffy kept talking and Luffy just didn't say anything, just glared at him, was so good. You're suffocating me. Oh my god. Yeah, when he said to Doffy, you keep people in a cage. It's suffocating me. God, that was such a good moment. Holy shit. Well, the thing with Sanji, what you're saying with men, is he does do that with men. Because he did it with Usopp many times. He's done it even with Zoro as well in the Thriller Bark scene. Again, the thing with Sanji is he's all talk, but his actions are what matter. So he says to men, I hate you, die, blah, blah, blah. But then what does he do? He saves them. Sanji does very much care for everyone. He just pretends he doesn't. And he did it with Kinemon, yeah. Bye-bye. But yeah, many good moments in One Piece. While One Piece has bad moments, the good moments just so exceed. The good moments are so much more and exceed like anything with the bad moments, in my opinion. There'll be a bad moment in One Piece, but I won't forget about it, but it will drift to the back of my mind because there will just be like 10 fantastic moments with a bad moment. While I do wish the bad moments were not there, they just kind of fade because I'm like, fuck, this is good. What I'm watching right now is really good. What is happening in the chat? Hang on a minute. He's real? Oh. Well, that's the thing with Sanji. That's why. And everyone says this and this and that about Sanji. But the thing with Sanji is he doesn't do anything to get anything. Because that's the point of his character. That's what Whole Cake Island is all about. That's what the Baratier is all about. Sanji never does anything to get anything. He never does anything for women with an ulterior motive. And that's what people think he does. And it's really frustrating because it's like, we'd be able to clock that. All the Sanji fans who are women would be able to clock that. The Sanji only serves. Sanji only gives and gives and gives because he thinks he's worthless. He doesn't think he deserves the love he even gets from Luffy. Let alone from women, if they ever give him love. So it's like... Because even when he saw that Nami had come after him, not just Luffy, he was shocked. He was shocked and he was confused. So it's like Sanji, by definition, is a character who doesn't do good deeds just to receive. That is not what he's about, and that can't possibly be what he is about, because otherwise his character makes no sense. He doesn't even think he's worth anything. Like I said, this is a guy that didn't even realize that Luffy cared about him to the extent Luffy did. Luffy. And you think that he thinks he can get anything from women? No. He doesn't think he can get anything from women, nor does he think he deserves anything from women at all. He bullied Kinemon, but he bullies everyone. He bullies the fuck out of Zoro. But he cares about him. That's how Sanji works. Think about who raised him. Zeph raised him. The way those two showed their love for each other was bullying. Sanji bullies Usopp as well. He did in Skypiea when he said to Usopp, I don't save men. He said it to Usopp in Alabasta as well. Sanji's just like that. He's a tsundere. He's very open with his affection towards women. With men, it's very different. Because he's got a complicated relationship with men. We know this. All the male figures in his lives were either semi-emotionally repressed or abusive. Judge and his brothers were male figures in his lives that were totally abusive. The only fantasy he had of saving a woman was Robin, from what I remember. And that was just, she wants me to be a prince. Wasn't that from a movie? From the second movie, I think it was, where he was like, I thought, Nami, if I saved you, I'd get a kissy kiss or something. Yeah, that's not canon at all. Oh yeah, I discussed this with Mugiwara no Goofy. I did a little talk with Mugiwara no Goofy, and he's making a video on that, I think. How do I remember everything? I'm mentally ill! But the Water 7 thing, I was discussing with him that the reason that probably, like, because Sanji was sweating in that moment. He was freaking the fuck out. It was probably because he realized in that moment that, and think about what Luffy was saying when Usopp was like, if I ever become useless, will you throw me away? And then they fought over that, and then Luffy yelled, fine, if you want to leave so bad, then leave. That's exactly what his dad said to him. Remember what Judge said to him. Judge said, if you want to go, then go. Just don't tell anyone I'm your dad. That's the exact same fucking thing his dad said to him, Judge. What happened in that moment is Sanji, in my opinion, realized Luffy's love was not unconditional. Luffy's love was unconditional. Is it? No, Luffy's love is unconditional. But Sanji probably had a moment of thinking, oh, so Luffy as well is someone that I have to be useful to for him to care about me. Hence why he probably freaked the fuck out and kicked Luffy and said, don't say that. Don't ever say that unless you mean it. And that's probably why when he went to Whole Cake Island, he thought Luffy's not going to come after me. Probably why he was shocked. Probably why he was surprised to see Luffy waiting for him the way he promised. And that's why, in my opinion, the fight from Water 7 to Whole Cake Island, that's the parallel. That's exactly the parallel. And it's why Sanji fought Luffy and thought, this is it. He's gonna throw me away after this. But Luffy's grown. He's grown in that moment. And it's not because Sanji doesn't believe in Luffy. It's because Sanji doesn't believe in himself. He thinks he's useless. So it's like, it's so clearly this is Luffy's development. This is what he's realized his crew need, especially someone like Sanji. So the reason he probably, and also the reason he wanted to help Usopp is because he definitely saw himself in Usopp. He definitely did. And it freaked him out to hear what Luffy was about to say to him. Same with Chopper, in my opinion. That's why Chopper and Sanji were so this in Water 7. Because Chopper also felt his own love was conditional as well with what happened with Hideluck and what happened with Kudaha in terms of how Chopper was raised. Sanji and Chopper are very similar. So they both definitely freaked out in the Water 7 moment because they could probably see themselves in Usopp. No, people overreacted with the Sanji Stussy thing 100%. You know why? Because the Sanji girlies loved that. The Sanji girlies loved that. Me, my fellow Sanji girlies, we thought that was the cutest thing ever. We loved that. That was adorable. Because he didn't even bark. He yapped. We thought that was adorable. The only people that hated that were the people that didn't like Sanji. And the people that want Sanji to be a hard bitch all the time. You know what I mean? But no, we love that. It was cute, right? People just have such a negative perception of Sanji. They think anything he does towards women, that's bad. No, the fuck it's not. You just don't like him. So you're saying that's like the worst thing ever. It was cute. We thought it was cute. The horse frame. I don't know why. They just hate Sanji. Sanji can't get bitches. Out of all the One Piece people, like Straw Hats, Sanji's the one that has gotten the most bitches. And I'm not even like, I think it's like a terrible thing to measure up like, oh, how many bitches can you get? Like that doesn't make anyone's worth, right? But it's like, Sanji is the one who has swooned the most girls if we're comparing it to other Straw Hats. Because everyone wants to deny it and it drives me nuts. The mermaids of Fishman Island loved him. And that's why I was so confused when I got to Fishman Island and everyone was like, he's so bad, he's so bad. Does he have one or two weird moments? Yes. Was that the worst I've ever seen? No. The mermaids fucking loved him. They were flirting with him and calling him cute little names. And were telling him to like swim with them. With like, I was like, this isn't bad. They like him. What the fuck is going on? Like, they act like this, like Sanji was a deviant to these mermaids, and it wasn't the case at all. He was just swimming with them, and they were going, hee hee, Sanji-chan. They called him Sanji-chan. It was crazy, and I was like, this is not that bad. I am so lost as to why people hated this. Like the nosebleed scene, was it like gross in terms of all the blood? Yes. Was it like bad? It depends on how you look at it, but personally no, because the mermaid was flirting with him. She pushed him into her bobbies and smirked at him like she was clearly playing with him, and that made him nosebleed. And I was like, this is not the worst thing in the world. It's just objectively a lot of blood, and that's gross. But I was like, I don't think this is the worst thing I've ever seen. Like, this is not making me sour, you know? Because when I saw... Can I be so for real? When I saw her push him into her tits, I was like, oh my god, I'd do that. She thought he was so cute. And I was like... What the fuck? Like, I was like, this mermaid is so mean. Oh my god. The face that she makes when he looks up at her and she's smirking at him. She knew exactly what was up. She was like, what a cute little guy. I'm gonna kill him now. I don't have any shame. But, it's just objectively gross because nosebleeds, like a lot of blood, that's gross, right? But it wasn't gross in terms of Sunji doing anything to these women. And I was like, I am so lost. Yeah, I do remember seeing Zoro gets all these bitches and I was like, where? The only bitch, beautiful women by the way, the only beautiful woman Zoro's managed to score is Hiyori. And he didn't even fucking like her. He kept his distance from her. I'll never forget when he woke up with Hiyori and Brooke saw them and Zoro was like, no, wait, I am not having relations with this woman. I'm not having relations with this beautiful woman. Don't get me wrong, I don't like women, Brooke. Oh my god, Brooke, come back. It was so funny and I was like, oh my god. The anime made it 10 times funnier when he was leaving Wano and Zoro was like, why are you sitting next to me? I did not have relations with that woman. Oh, my schnoz. It still makes me laugh so goddamn hard that Bonnie saw Kuma's memories. She saw Zoro and Sanji sacrifice themselves for Luffy and Thriller Bark. But when Bonnie talks to Luffy, she says, Sanji is pretty cool, huh? He's awesome. A strong fighter and a cook? And I was like, why is she not mentioning Zoro? Like, she saw both of them and went, oh yeah, Sanji? That's awesome. Not Zoro? Even when I read that, I was like, that's strange that she's only mentioning Sanji. It could be that Bonnie has like a puppy crush on Sanji, but I want to say it's more that Bonnie and Sanji were meant to have like a brotherly, sisterly bond there. That felt very obvious to me. In regards to Bonnie and Sanji were very similar. Also, when I say Bonnie having a crush, I don't mean that in a weird way. I mean in the way that a lot of little girls will admire someone older than them and, you know, have that little puppy crush. That's not a weird thing. That's a very normal thing for a lot of little girls to go through. A lot of people don't understand that. And it's like, I'm not making this weird. You're the one making that weird anyways. But I don't mean that. I mean that Sanji and Bonnie are very similar in regards to the things they've been through. And it felt very obvious to me. And also, it's about Bonnie's dad. And remember what happened with Kinemon? How Sanji realized that Kinemon was there to save his son. And that made Sanji's heart go out to Kinemon. It's similar with Bonnie. Sanji saw a kid trying to save her dad. And of course that's going to tug at Sanji's heartstrings, because the same thing happened with Sanji and Zeph in terms of Sanji seeing what Zeph sacrificed for him, and Kuma sacrificed so much for Bonnie, and now Bonnie is trying to save her father. And Sanji was the same with Zeph in terms of the Baratier. So it's like, it's daddy issues for Sanji. It's 100% daddy issues, but they had that bond in terms of, you know, loving your dad, essentially. And it was so obvious to me that this was meant to be, Sanji was very brotherly to Bonnie. And because of that, the two of them had a similar experience, and so they had a bond together. Hence why that fucking scene where he saves Bonnie and Sanji says, the only one, like, saving Bonnie will be me. And people made that weird. You are the weird one for making that weird. He never meant that sexually. Why in the fuck are you trying to make this a sexual thing? He means because he is the one that will save Bonnie. Because he's the one that, like, cares about Bonnie. They all cared about Bonnie, but Sanji had a bond with Bonnie in regards to she's trying to save her fucking dad. I cannot believe people are trying to make that sexual. It was bizarre. It was so bizarre. And I was like, he's been nothing but, like, so nice to Bonnie. So sweet to Bonnie. And you're trying to make it weird. What in the world? He was so normal and so sweet to Bonnie. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be the one a kid admires, to be the one that, like, looks cool to a kid. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with wanting to be the one to protect a kid. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, what the fuck? It was so bizarre to me. Yeah, he wanted to be an idol to her. And he was. That was the point of Bonnie saying, wow, Sanji's really cool. Just be normal. Everyone be normal. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be a kid's mentor. And I say this as someone who doesn't even like kids. I don't like being around kids. And I hate it. And yet, people still want to make it weird. God, mine in the gut is everyone. It's so weird. Sphinx Island. I don't hate kids. I just don't like having social situations with kids, because then you have to, like, you know, watch your words and put on that customer service smile, essentially. Like, I'm nice to kids, but I'd prefer to not have to be put on baby mode. Do you know what I mean? I enjoy not having to be on baby mode when kids are around. I enjoy talking with my friends and with adults and not having to filter myself, essentially, in that regard. Like, I'm not ever going to be mean to a child. They're a child. I understand they are a baby. They've done nothing wrong but be a baby. But that doesn't mean I have to exist in the same space as them if I can help it. Forrest, get out of here. Save that for the DMs. Get out of here. Leave. But yeah, with the kids and social situation thing, it's like, if I go to, like, I don't know, Disneyland, I'm gonna understand. Yeah, there's gonna be babies here. That's not gonna make me angry. If I'm going out to dinner and it's like 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m., 9 p.m., and there are children screaming in the restaurant, I'm gonna be pissed. I understand it's not the baby's fault, it's the parents' fault. But that's why people hate kids. Should they hate the parents more than the kids? Yes. Am I still gonna be annoyed that there are children here? Yes. Like, it can be both. I don't hate children. I just hate that when I'm, like, in a social situation outside and there shouldn't be children around and there are children around. Yes, I can hate the parents. I will hate the parents, but I'm still gonna be like, oh my god, this fucking kid. Like, it's just how it is. Like, if a child is screaming on a plane, and not screaming taking off, just like on the plane, you're flying and they're screaming, yeah, you can hate the parent, you're gonna blame the parent, but you can also go, oh my god, this child. Like, I'm sorry, you're allowed to be annoyed that a child is in your vicinity. Just don't be a dickhead to the child. Two things can exist at once. You can be annoyed at this child while also being nice to the child. Yeah, it's the same as a person being annoying, but the one most likely to scream and scream and scream because they're a brat will be a child, no? Like, if you are sitting next to a baby on a plane, you're gonna go, you know what I mean? It just happens. I don't blame the child for doing that. I just go, oh god, there's a child. No, they wouldn't, because someone with a severe mental disability is very different to a child. Brigley, what in the world? I'm not gonna sit next to someone with a disability and go, oh god, they have a disability. But when it comes to children, you don't know what you're gonna get. Because you don't know how they've been raised. I'm letting kids be kids! But I'm still gonna go, oh god, there's a kid here. They're not kids forever, they grow up. You're acting like kids are stuck in this state of always being a kid. They are going to grow up eventually. They're not stuck forever being a child. What an odd thing to compare that to, Brigley. I hate babies. Are you also gonna get up at me for not liking babies? Because they're babies? Like, babies don't grow up and stop being babies? You're acting like I'm, like, physically going out of my way to be an asshole to children. When it's simply, ugh, there's a baby in this space. No, I'm not physically, like, verbally hating kids. I am still going to be nice to children. I have common sense. I despise children. Okay, so if you're planning a night out with, like, people, right? and you say to these people who, like, if some of them have kids, can you please not bring your kids to this event? It's not particularly an event that doesn't, like, not, like, it's not like an adult event. You personally would just like a night without kids being there. Does that make you, what, ageist? For simply saying, please don't bring your kids to this event. I'd like this to be a child-free event. No. You're just saying, I would just prefer a night with only adults, please. Kids. Am I the asshole? Stussy is on Sphinx Island, isn't he? Isn't she? If a kid's being annoying, it's so easy to distract them. Yeah, if you're the parent. And sometimes parents don't want to distract the kid, do they? So what am I meant to do? Again, I can hate the parent while also going, oh my god, this kid's being annoying. But also, that's the problem, right? The problem is I have to put this energy into making this kid not be annoying. When I am with an adult or adult friends, you can straight up say to, like, sometimes a friend or something like, I just don't want to talk about that. You can't do that with a kid. You must put your energy into being the adult. And it's like, oh. Give them snacks. You have now taught that child I can be annoying to get snacks. Congratulations. Give them their iPad if they're being annoying. Just knock them out. Just punch them. Look, at the end of the day, being able to look after children and properly raise children, that's a skill that you have to learn. It's not something everyone can do. Personally, do I think I am someone who could, like, look after a child properly? No. So, that's just the way it's gonna be. I am saying you're skillful. I fully respect people whose profession is looking after children. I fully respect that. Because I couldn't do it. It makes me uncomfortable in regards to I don't know how to manage children. I don't know how to talk to children. You can say, just talk to them normally. That's fine, but at the end of the day, you can't just talk to them normally, can you? I can't talk to a child the way I would talk to a regular adult a lot of the time. You have to use a lot of brain power sometimes. You have to have a lot of awareness to look after kids. And I don't think I have the proper skill set for that. My biggest thing, I think, is kids just not leaving you alone. Once a kid has decided they like you, they will not leave you alone. That's cute, but I want to be left alone. That's the biggest thing. You can't say to a kid, like, can you please stop talking to me? And like, you can say that to a kid, will they stop talking to you? It's a 50-50 situation. Maybe. Maybe they'll go away. Or you've hurt that child's feelings. Do you understand what I mean? You can set boundaries with like a child, it's true, but there's a 50-50 on if they'll listen to you. They can ask me about their favorite dinosaur, but I don't want to listen. That's the biggest thing. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, little baby. I'm not interested to listen. You're cute. You're a cute little baby. But I'm not. I'm thinking about other things right now. Do you see what I mean? You simply need the energy to be able to want to deal with children. I don't have that. Why is it messed up to admit, I'm sorry, I don't want to hear about a kid explain their favorite dinosaur? I don't want to talk about that. If they talk about One Piece, I'll be like, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're incorrect. You know what's funny? It's not that I'm the therapy friend, but I do have long and deep conversations with my friends. Because they're adults! They're adults who can coherently explain to me their woes. And I can help them. I'm not sitting down with a kid as their kid. This kid is like babbling on about nothing to me. There's a reason there are therapists and then there's child therapists. Nah, people are just fucking with me in the chat. Don't worry. It's not serious. I can't stand babies because they're really gross to me. Like, holding a baby. Call it overreacting. I'm sorry, I can't eat at the same table as a baby because they're so gross when they eat. I can't do it. Like, it makes me lose my appetite. I'm sorry. I just can't. Babies are, like, weird and oddly squishy and, like, sticky. They're gross to me. Like, oh, do you want to hold my baby? No. But thanks for asking. The newborn stage is just as gross. What do you mean? Any baby stage is gross. They're yucky. They look so ugly. I don't get it. Someone hands me a baby. Yippee! They're just always so sticky feeling. They're always putting their hands in their mouth. Ow! I can't. Hydrogen baby. Have you seen that post that's someone talking about whatever on Twitter? And they said, like, take that argument up with, like, 1,000 babies. And the guy was like, I could easily win an argument against 1,000 babies. I think about that so much. I don't like babies, they don't have kneecaps and they have a soft spot. Like, what the fuck? Develop already. That's an absolute skill issue. No kneecaps and a soft spot. Hurry up and grow your bones. Baby Ace is ugly. I love Garp's face when he sees Baby Ace, because I know his face is actually, oh god, Rouge died for this. But in my head, I want to think Garp is thinking, that is an ugly fucking baby. Where's Baby Ace? I probably have Baby Ace somewhere, I just can't find it. Oh my god, the moment Garp was like, maybe if you weren't a pirate. Maybe if you weren't a pirate, we wouldn't have to kill you. Wow. Ah, whatever. We have race day. Melbourne race day. We also have grand final day for our rugby. Race day is the Melbourne Cup. It's horses. I don't like it. What the fuck? What's happened here? What? Huh? What in the goddamn? Huh? I don't know why that happened. Yeah, we've got Boxing Day, but our Boxing Day, wait, when's your Boxing Day? Is it after Christmas? Yeah, we've got Boxing Day. No, I can actively get the Hommonger. Oh, hell yeah. You hate Dragon? Dude, Dragon made an effort to go see his child. What are you talking about? Literally in Loguetown. Excuse me, we cannot talk about why Dragon hasn't seen Luffy, because we don't know what's going on. This is like saying, oh, Kuma was away from Bonnie? I hate Kuma, and we found out the reason. For all we know, Dragon's in a similar situation to Kuma, and I think that's the implication. We don't know what Dragon's done yet, but we do know Dragon saved Luffy and said a pirate, not bad. But I think the implication is for some reason Dragon can't see Luffy. But we know Dragon must love Luffy because he said to Kuma, or to someone, who did he say it to? He said that a child is a parent's weakness, essentially. Dragon is proud of Luffy. We know Dragon is. Dragon clearly loves Luffy, he just can't see him. I'm telling you, we're gonna get the reason for why Dragon can't see Luffy, and people are gonna feel like idiots. There's clearly a reason for why Dragon can't see Luffy. Because we saw that Dragon saved Luffy in Loguetown. And he checked up on Luffy to make sure he could help him there. Women age like milk in One Piece. What? But, like, you cannot compare Dragon to, like, Garp. There's definitely gonna be a reason for why he can't see Luffy. It's totally implied. I'm telling you, we're gonna get the reason and everyone's gonna feel like idiots. And he's been following Luffy's progress as well. The fact that Dragon always looks towards the east means he's always thinking of Luffy. Always. A man who doesn't care about his child wouldn't be doing that. Yes, I do think there's a good enough excuse considering the world of One Piece. Do you think Kuma's excuse for not seeing Bonnie was good enough? Do you think Robin's mother's excuse for not seeing Robin was good enough? The excuse? Yes, there's definitely a good enough excuse. 100% there's going to be. There was definitely going to be a good reason. For all we know, the reason Dragon can't see Luffy is because that will put Luffy in serious danger. Dragon is the most wanted man in the world. There's perfect sense for why he can't see Luffy. And I bet we're gonna get the reason, and it's gonna be heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Like, yes, there's going to be a reason for why he can't see Luffy, and it's going to be heartbreaking. I don't understand. We barely know anything about Dragon, but all that we've been interpreted and inferred, the indication is that Dragon can't see Luffy for a reason. The interpretation is he loves Luffy, but he has to keep his distance from Luffy. The fact he couldn't even tell Luffy, I'm your dad, when he saved him in Logetown, is enough to tell me that there's a reason that Luffy couldn't know. Defend Shanks? Shanks has tons of... What do you mean there's Shanks haters? I've seen nothing but Shanks lovers. Dragon does nothing but look at the east. He does nothing but look at the east. Because that's his home. He saved Luffy in Logetown. He said that a child is a parent's... not weakness. What did he say? But he said a child is like so important to a parent. It's so obvious to me that Dragon loves Luffy and he can't see him for a reason. Of course he loves Luffy. I'm telling you, we're gonna get the reason for why he can't see Luffy, and it's going to be heartbreaking. He clearly loves Luffy. He clearly loves Luffy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be, like, following Luffy's progress. He wouldn't be looking at the east all the time. He so obviously loves Luffy. It's crazy. I'm sorry. It's crazy to me. It's just the fact Dragon and Kuma were, like, connected. The fact he understood what Kuma was doing with Bonnie. Why would Oda add that if Dragon didn't clearly love Luffy? He clearly loves Luffy. There's going to be a reason for it, and it's going to make everyone's heart break. It's just so clearly interpreted. It's so clearly implied. I love my chat. I will not ignore my chat. But that is not a troll. I know the person who said that about Dragon is not trolling. I know you're serious. And I'm telling you, it's so implied that he loves Luffy. Not clear enough. He couldn't do anything. Oh my god, he couldn't do anything with Guinea. Because then he had to march into the Holy Land. That's literally something that Dragon, like, they even say the hardest part of being the leader of this revolutionary army is these decisions. He wanted to save Guinea, but they couldn't. They couldn't, because that would require them to go to the Holy Land, put all of the revolutionary armies in danger. We saw what happened with Fisher Tiger. The only reason Fisher Tiger did that is because he was a slave. How do you miss the point? I'm sorry. The whole point of that is that Dragon wanted to, but he couldn't. He couldn't because it puts everyone at danger. That's so unfair to say, well, Dragon didn't do anything and put all of the Revolutionary Army in danger. The Revolutionary Army is not a pirate crew. The King of Alabasta, i.e. the Revolutionary Army, the King of Alabasta even said to Sabo, why are you helping me? Why would it be surprising for the Revolutionary Army to go against royalty? No one knows Cobra the way Luffy does. Cobra literally says to Sabo, why are you helping me? Even Luffy's crew asked Luffy, did Sabo do this? And Luffy said, no, Sabo wouldn't do that. It is not crazy to think Sabo would do that. That's why he was blamed for that. Hell, even I was like, maybe Sabo did do that. Dude, thinking Dragon was like off his shit for thinking Sabo, did you do that? Isn't unreasonable. They're the Revolutionary Army. What's with the dragon hate? I don't get it. All I've seen of Dragon is that he clearly loves his son, but he can't do anything. He has to make decisions not just for himself, but for everyone. This is a man with a lot on his shoulders. He's controlling a lot of people. And people hate him for what? They hate Dragon more than they hate Garp. So if Dragon knows Sabo and he's asking Sabo, did you kill this guy? Then by all means, that means Sabo probably has killed people. I think it's a pretty reasonable question to say, hey Sabo, did you kill this guy? No? What do you mean? Sabo, the paper says you killed him. Did you kill him? No? That is not a weird thing to think nor ask if you have been framed for it. The fact that he listened to Sabo is what matters. It's not like he's going, oh god. He doesn't... hang on, you're acting like he's putting Sabo against a wall here, or putting him in a corner. He didn't have the audacity to question him. He asked him what was the situation. That is a big difference. That's a huge difference. He's not going, oh my god, Sabo, why did you kill him? He's saying, Sabo, what was the situation here? Dragon's thinking with his head. I don't know, that's so unfair to put that on Dragon and say, well, Dragon thought Sabo killed him. No, he didn't. He's asking Sabo, what the fuck happened? He's the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He's not a pirate. He's got so much on his shoulders. He's got so many people to command. Of course he has to ask what's going on. I don't know, the dragon hate to me is so unreasonable. I don't get it. It's not like Dragon can do anything he wants. He can't. I'm telling you, I'm betting money. We are going to get a really big and emotional reason, a heartbreaking reason for why he can't see Luffy. And people are going to feel like idiots. It's so implied that he's similar to Kuma in the reason for why he can't see Luffy. It's so implied. It's gonna happen. Do I have this in my other one? I just think it's so unfair to put on a parent. They don't see their kids, so they hate them. Would you say to a parent that has no choice but to work like hours during the day, that the only like way they can care for their child is by working to the point they can barely see their child? Would you say that parent hates their child or is doing nothing for their child? That's how I'm interpreting Dragon. And I feel like that's the point. The fact that, again, Dragon clearly keeps up with what Luffy is doing, is always looking to the east to where Luffy was born, where his family was. Would you say that he hates Luffy? He's not trying for Luffy. It's just so clear to me he cares about Luffy. He loves Luffy. but due to whatever circumstance, he can't see him. I would not say that that man hates his child. I would say that that man loves his child, but he can't see his child. There will be a reason. You are going to apologize on your knees. It's so obvious that there's an implied reason he can't see Luffy. And it's gonna happen. I'm telling you. It's so implied. Am I Oda? No. Am I paying attention to the parallels between him and Kuma? Yes. I'm a dragon defender because I'm seeing a man who loves his child and everyone thinks he doesn't. And it's like, oh my god. Look, all I'm saying is the first time we see Dragon, the literal first time we see him, he's saving Luffy. And he never ever said to Luffy who he was. He did that knowing Luffy has no idea who he is, and he still saved him. A parent who doesn't love their child wouldn't do that. Would never do that. He clearly loves him. Did you miss the scene? The point was Dragon was embarrassed. Don't you remember that? Sabo said, they said to Dragon, do you want to hear about Luffy? And Dragon said, no, I've already heard everything. And then who was it? Sabo or Iva or Koala said, Dragon's embarrassed. It's not excuses! They literally said Dragon was embarrassed! Because they know that Dragon wanted to hear about it, because he's actively keeping up with Luffy. The Revs know that Dragon keeps up with Luffy. He was embarrassed that people kept telling him. How is it an excuse? He said, I already know. He said, I already know everything. That is not an excuse. They literally said Dragon's embarrassed. They said that. He was clearly flustered because everyone was telling him about Luffy. Like they know. God, a dad who hates his son wouldn't save him without any thanks is what gets me. The first time we see Dragon, he's saving his son without a thanks. And people still argue that he doesn't care about Luffy. That's what drives me nuts. I just can't believe this. The Dragon hate's so weird to me. I'm sorry. I don't get it. Luffy's majority comes from Garp. Luffy's trauma comes from Garp throwing him into a forest. Into a forest! Again, we don't know the reason for why Dragon can't see Luffy. How many times do I have to say this? You're acting like, oh, Dragon just left Luffy. We don't know! We have no idea why Dragon had to leave Luffy. Again, this is like saying, oh, Kuma just left Bonnie. There's a clear parallel to Kuma and Bonnie. Kuma and Dragon. A clear parallel. And you're acting like that doesn't exist is what's frustrating me. We have no idea what Dragon's reason is. You are just implying, you're just thinking there is. He just left him. It is not reasonable to be mad for now because we don't even know. It's reasonable to be on the fence for now. But to just be like, oh no, he just left him. That's totally unreasonable. That is totally unreasonable. I'm saying the dragon hate is just unreasonable. I'm sorry. It doesn't make sense. We have so many implications of why Dragon can't see Luffy, and people just want to act like he just left him. No, he didn't. That's why I'm so heated, because it's like, where are you getting this from? You're just choosing to see what you want to see instead of what we've been given. Anyways, I'm very positive we are going to get a reason. Considering what happened in Egghead, I am 100% positive we will get the reason for why Dragon can't see Luffy, for why he had to keep his distance. Because again, Kuma and Dragon were paralleling each other. Dragon understood what Kuma was going through. That was the point. So when we get that reason, you will feel a fool. I'm saying, you can so clearly see that there's going to be a reason. The same way we got the reason for why Dragon's a revolutionary. Which is, I was in the Marines, I saw no justice there. Dragon left Luffy because he hates babies. And children. He said, Luffy, I'll come and see you again when you're not an ugly, disgusting, crying baby. That's also why Shanks left Luffy. He said, I hate kids. Anyways. But, okay, the reason I'm arguing with you is because you're doing the same thing I'm doing. You can say I'm reaching, I'm making excuses, and you're also making excuses just to hate him. You're on the other side of the coin here. You're also jumping and implying, oh, he's just leaving because he doesn't care about him. I'm reading this manga and I'm seeing a man who loves his child. You're just seeing a man who's just abandoned him. It is not reasonable to hate Dragon in the same sense that you're saying it's also not reasonable to like him. By that definition, we should all just feel lukewarm about Dragon then. Like, what you're saying I don't agree with because I am not seeing the same thing you're seeing. And you're not listening. Like, do you at least agree that what Dragon said about Kuma was meant to be a reflection of Dragon? Why do you think Dragon could see that Kuma was going through a pain there? Because he just doesn't care about Luffy? Like, again, the first scene of Dragon was saving his son. That was the first scene we got of Dragon. And that doesn't mean anything? That's just why I'm like, ugh. I don't know, to say that Dragon was like tired of hearing about Luffy, that is so incorrect. You're not even quoting it properly. He wasn't tired of hearing Luffy. He said, I've already heard everything. And then they said Dragon's embarrassed. What a way to misquote that. Like, you were just misquoting that for the sake of hating this man. When it clearly comes across as he's embarrassed because everyone keeps telling him about Luffy. And they know that he's proud of Luffy. Because he is. I can't wait for Luffy Dragon scenes. I can't wait. I truly can't wait. I defend this man to hell and back because I know. I see reasons. I'm also... Anyways, we'll move on. We'll move on. I'm just saying the dragon hate is totally unprecedented. It's totally unprecedented. I see people hate him for nothing, essentially. And it's like, that's so unreasonable. Egghead is even one of the reasons why. I was like, oh wow, I actually really like Dragon. Can't wait to see what his reasoning is. Actually... Dragon is about to... I haven't seen all the Twilight series. I've got under an hour left. Oh. No, it's not uncomfortable. It's not uncomfortable. I think the thing that frustrates me, the reason I got so heated, is because when I was trying to give my explanation, what I got hit back was excuses. Oh, that's gonna make anyone angry. Excuses. What do you mean? I'm explaining what I've read. I'm quoting what I've read and I'm being told they're excuses. Of course it's going to upset a person. Listen to me. Listen to me. Well, not upset, but like, I am not being listened to. If I was uncomfortable, I would have curled up in my room. Curled up in a ball and cried. I do feel like the werewolf. I do feel like the werewolf, truly. It's so hard having everything memorized. No one understands. But I think the main reason is because Egghead, I didn't care much about Dragon previously. I think the main reason is because Egghead is what made me go, oh, Dragon has a lot going on. It made me feel a lot more for Dragon. And I'm frustrated that a lot of people didn't get that experience out of Egghead in the way I did when I saw what was happening in Egghead. The Dragon flashbacks we got for Egghead and how that hurt me. Seeing that Dragon, what he has to go through as well in terms of what he has to choose. You see how much Dragon has on his shoulders. The people that not are sacrificed, but you know, are on the front lines and how that hurts Dragon just as much. That's why. We got very few scenes of Dragon in Egghead, but it was enough to make me go, wow, Dragon is living a very tough life. Like, Dragon is sacrificing his whole life for this cause that he believes in. That's the point of the Revolutionary Army. That's why, who said it? Was it Dragon? Someone said it, that like when you're in the Revolutionary Army, you understand that this is your life that you are giving. And Dragon's the one that shoulders all of that. And that's the saddest part to me. Dragon made this army knowing for a fact this will be his sacrifice. I think the mistake is people see Dragon like Luffy. Hence why well, Dragon didn't do anything to save Guinea, whatever. They see it like Luffy. And they see, well, Luffy would have saved her if she were a Straw Hat. Yes, but Dragon's not a pirate. Dragon cannot afford to do that. That was the point. That hurt Dragon as much as it hurt everyone else in that scene, in that moment. Dragon cannot afford to just storm the Holy Land, and we know this. And that's why that hurt. For everyone in the moment, that's why that was painful. The Garp and Dragon situation are unbelievably different. Unbelievably different. Someone got kidnapped away from Dragon and sent to the Holy Lands. The most guarded, dangerous land for anyone to go. Ace was kidnapped by the Marines and held captive by the Marines. Garp was putting nothing but his job in front. In that moment, Garp had all possibility to save Ace. All possibility. Garp just stood there. Dragon, on the other hand, had to consider everyone in the situation. He had to consider all the lives in the Revolutionary Army that would be put on the line. Garp could have stopped a war from happening if he freed Ace. Think about that. A literal war from happening. Dragon stopped a war from happening to not go get Guinea. That was the point. That is a totally different situation. If the Revolutionary Army stormed the Holy Lands, that is a war on their hands. And that's why Dragon couldn't do it. Because that is unfortunately the burden that must be bared with being in the Revolutionary Army. That was the point. That's why it was painful. A war was started because Garp didn't free Ace. A war was stopped because Dragon didn't go after Guinea. And that is the difference there. You can't just walk into the Holy Lands and sacrifice how many people to save one person because you're part of the Revolutionary Army. You're not a pirate. What do you mean, as far as we know? That is definitely what we know. Of course that's the case. What do you mean, as far as we know? What could possibly be revealed that will go against that? That was the whole point of Dragon being, like, upset. Yeah, Garp could put saving Kobe as well. But yeah, of course you can't just go into the Holy Land. What even is his quirk? Oh. Hello. Dragon was my man ever since we had that flashback of him and Egghead. And he said, I was in the Marines. I saw no justice that they spoke of. I'm sorry, he's a real one. He's an absolute real one. Because, as you all know, I think the Marines' sense of justice is absolute bullshit. There is no justice there. And I totally agree with him. So the fact this man said, I saw the horrors of the Marines. I saw what happened in there. And it was fucking horrible. I've now made my own... you know, group, essentially, to actually liberate people. Because the Marines sure weren't fucking doing that. I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is we have the reason. And the reason is because Guinea was in the Holy Lands. That's the reason. I'm pretty sure Dragon even says we can't just go there. Like, that is the reason. That's why I'm like, what do you mean? What else could be revealed that it's like, oh, that's enough of a reason in my opinion. That a war will start if we go to the Holy Lands. Luffy would have, so true. Oh, the Luffy thing. Yeah, no. We don't know that yet, but that's my point. So we don't know that, but it's implied that there is a reason. It's very heavily implied. What's the reason? I don't know. But considering we saw what the reason was with Kuma, what the reason was with Robin's mum, I am fully expecting there's going to be a big reason because, again, it's heavily implied. Oda has come up with many reasons for why a parent cannot see their child, even though they love their child. And they've all been insanely good reasons. Especially from Mr. Most Wanted Man in the world. Yes, I do think Dragon has a similar reason like Kuma. Because Dragon was part of Kuma's backstory. Because when they found out Kuma had gone missing... for the sake of Bonnie, Dragon said a child is a parent's weakness. So he understands what Kuma's going through. That is what that's what the implied written reason for that is. Otherwise, why get a dragon speech at all there? There's clearly a reason. There's just so clearly a reason. We've got nothing but like implied reasons that Dragon loves Luffy and he can't see him. And Egghead solidified that for me. Because otherwise, why would Dragon be part of this? Why would Dragon understand Kuma if that's the case? He keeps looking to the east. He clearly loves his... I'm sorry, he just clearly loves his son. Why do you think it won't be a good enough reason, is my question. For what? So do you think Kuma's reason for Bonnie wasn't good enough? Or that Robin's mother's reason wasn't good enough? Why Dragon specifically, you think is not going to have a good enough reason? So if the reason is Dragon, if you see Luffy, Luffy's gonna die. That's not gonna be a good enough reason. In a similar way it's been with Robin's mother and with Bonnie's dad. If you see Luffy, you will put Luffy in danger. Like, why do you think the reason is not gonna be good enough? Robin's mom, not sure. Robin's mom, 100%. Because Robin would have been killed. Remember? 100% Robin's mom had a very good reason. Yeah, and then Robin was almost killed as Olivia was killed. Yeah, 100% Luffy and Dragon are gonna meet. I'm very much looking forward to that. Judge is the only good dad, you're right. Why did you ban Zeri for that? They were right. He did show his love. You're not making sense. How many times do I have to say? The very first panel we ever get of Dragon is him saving Luffy. I'm like, respectfully, you are just not making sense. That's what's frustrating me. He's shown his love. He shows his love by keeping up with what Luffy's doing. He showed his love by respecting Luffy's choice of being a pirate. He showed his love by saving Luffy in Loketown. And you don't think that's enough? What would you rather he do? Come and join the Revolutionary Army, Luffy. Come on down. Stop being a pirate. He's showing his love to Luffy by allowing Luffy to do what he wants. Buggy is Luffy's mom, by the way. I understand it's not enough for you, but what you're saying is Dragon hasn't shown anything. And what I'm saying is, yes, he has. You're just saying he hasn't. That's my point. It shows more love than my own dad. No, I do think Buggy is Crocodile. Crocodile? Too little? Saving his own son is showing too little love? Dragon, the most wanted man in the world, walks into a marine infested area to save his son? And you're saying that's too little? I don't get it. I'm sorry. I don't know what you want from Dragon. Personally. Because remember, that was the point of Loketown. Loketown was totally marine infested. Dragon was putting, like, himself on the line to be there just for Luffy. And he did. I'd say that's a lot of love. And Luffy doesn't even know that. That's the biggest thing. He didn't even tell Luffy. He did that without getting anything back. Luffy didn't even know him. In my opinion, that is such a sign of how much he loved him. Anyway, Yatatata music. What are you in the One Piece world? That's not much. I think that's a lot in the One Piece world. I think that's quite a lot in the One Piece world, but maybe that's just me. He did what he did with Sabo because Sabo was a random kid that he picked up. Again, we don't know the reasoning for why he can't see Luffy. Can't see Luffy or I die disease. That's so true. Son Sabo's birthday. I'm nearly done with this, by the way. Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball? Garp Luffy could have easily been Dragon Ball? Goku? Well, the reason everyone else sees it differently is because they're jumping to the conclusion that, oh, Dragon just doesn't like Luffy. You're all jumping to that conclusion is why. And again, Egghead changed the game for me. I didn't think much of Dragon until Egghead. Egghead was absolutely intense for Kuma and also for Dragon. Oh my god, Gloopy Glorp music. Like, I maybe would have agreed with them back before Egghead, but Egghead was absolutely something else. Egghead proved to me that everything Dragon was doing was indeed for the sake of his love. Or parts of what Dragon was doing. And again, I'm seeing Dragon as a man, as a dad, as a parent, who's like essentially working overtime hours, who can't see their son, who can't see their child, but the work they're doing is ultimately for their child, and it pains them. Because that's, again, what it feels like. His, parallel there, or his moment there with Kuma was. We call him Zero. Zero relevance. I don't think you do see both sides though, because you keep saying you hate Dragon. You keep saying, no, there's not enough of a reason. There's not enough of a reason. Are you really seeing both sides if you're saying that? Because my thing is, I'm not understanding the Dragon hate. I don't think you're seeing both sides if you're like, nah, not good enough. There's not a good enough reason for it. I think if you saw both sides, you'd be like, well, maybe there will be a good enough reason for it. But instead, no, it's not enough. My server emotes, yeah, they're funny. Well, that's the thing. Dragon seems entirely selfless to me with what he's doing and what he's believing. Again, Egghead just changed the game. And I just truly do not believe a man like Dragon, who is entirely selfless in this organization that he has created, would stay away from Luffy just because he doesn't care about him. Everything I'm seeing in terms of what we saw with Egghead, like, I will defend Dragon 100%, because Egghead just gave us, although so little, so much in terms of how Dragon thinks. Yeah, finding out Dragon was in the Marines and him saying, I saw no justice there. What an insane thing to say. Do 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 do. I saw that justice and said it was mid. All I know is, if I'd never met my dad, right? Never in my life. And then one day I meet him, and you tell him about your adventures, and he says, oh, I know, because I read what you were doing. Or you tell him, this is my crew, and he says, I know who your crew are because I kept up with that. I think, oh, he was keeping tabs on me. And that is nice, right? Like, the fact that he is keeping up with Luffy, to me, is really what indicates, wow, he must really love Luffy if he can't see him for some reason, but he's keeping up with everything Luffy's doing. I think that's just so sweet. And no doubt, I'm sure that if Luffy talks to him about his adventures, he will sit and listen. But the fact that he's heard and kept up with everything Luffy's done is just so cute to me. And I'm very excited for them to meet. He said, I've seen you. I know of your work. Also, the fact Dragon didn't even tell the Revolutionary Army he had a kid, that reads to me as he's trying to make sure no one knows he has a child. So, Luffy can live safely away from the Revolutionary Army and choose where he wants to go. And that's the difference between Sabo and Luffy. Sabo had the choice if he wanted to be a revolutionary in that moment. Dragon was giving Luffy the choice in a safer area, I suppose. In regards to... Like, Garp fucked up, don't get me wrong. But it feels to me, Dragon didn't want Luffy in danger. The same way Roger didn't want Ace in danger. And that's probably why in Marineford, they announced at the same time, Ace is Roger's son and Luffy's Dragon's son. I bet when that happened, Dragon went... What the fuck, Dad? I told you not to make them tell anyone that. And now everyone knows. Garp really fucked up big time. First, he let everyone know that Ace is Roger's son and didn't stop it. And now he's let everyone know that Luffy is Dragon's son. It's fucked up. The one thing I am super excited for, though, and you all know this, is when Dragon and Garp, when we get their conversation. I know that's going to go so hard. I know that's going to go crazy hard. That, when we find out what Dragon said to Garp before he left the Marines. Because you know that Garp definitely pushed Dragon to be a Marine. And you know that Dragon would have mouthed off to Garp when he left. I can't wait to see that. I cannot wait to see Dragon drag Garp through the fucking mud when he says, "This is disgusting. Everything we are doing here is disgusting. We are protecting slave owners, Dad." I can't wait for that. I know whatever happened at God Valley is going to be unbelievable. Well, we don't know if Roger actually did help Garp in God Valley. We have to remember there's nothing but misinformation regarding what we hear. The only person we hear that from is Sengoku. And that's it. We don't actually know what happened. And we have to remember everything we see everything we're told, if we don't actually see the event, we don't know the truth. That's like saying, well, Robin is a demon, until we saw what actually happened. And that's why I'm so suspicious of why Garp won't talk about it. Why won't he talk about it? Right? Did they actually help the Celestial Dragons? Did Roger actually do that? Or is that being totally misconstrued? Is that just rumors and misinformation? I'm not gonna believe anything until I see the actual incident play out without any unreliable narrators. That's why I'm so excited for it. I'm so suspicious of Garp's hero title. How did he get that title? Because remember, Smoker got promoted because Luffy saved Alabasta and they didn't want to tell the world that pirates saved Alabasta. How the fuck did Garp get his hero title? Is it going to be similar to the Roger Garp, like Smoker Luffy situation in Alabasta? Did Roger actually do something on the God Valley incident? And they are trying to deflect that by calling Garp a hero. That's what I'm suspicious of. I'm fully expecting that no, actually, it's not that simple. And Garp didn't just like help the Celestial Dragons. It's gonna be something else. We have to remember misinformation in One Piece is a constant theme. Constant. We are always being told different to what we end up seeing. Thank you, Morgans. Literally Big Bird propaganda. How fucked up would it be? And hear me out. If Shanks really was a God Valley baby, because again, I'm not going to believe it until it's written in the manga, but if Shanks really was a God Valley treasure chest baby, how fucked up would it be if the reason Shanks was in that treasure chest is because it was a hunting contest, right? For the Celestial Dragons. What if Shanks was going to be offered as like a new slave that like the Celestial Dragons could raise, essentially, to be the perfect slave? And that's why he was in a treasure chest. To be given as a prize. Wouldn't that be messed up? I'm only thinking in terms of, why was he in that treasure chest as a baby? What could that possibly mean? And I'm just thinking, well, because he was in a treasure chest and that indicates that was to be given to someone. It's his race car bed. I don't know where the twins theory came from. I got a piece so bad, but I want to finish the edit first. Rah, I gotta pee! I'm gonna go in 30 minutes. Rah! God, I love this woman. Severely attracted to this woman. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. You don't even deserve to have your points back for that. You don't even deserve to have your points back for that. Not at all. You don't deserve it. But because I am a kind and merciful God, fine, you can have it back. Sorry, for some reason it never works the first time, and I don't know why. Alright, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. That video will be rendered and up tonight. For me tonight, for you probably in the morning, very early in the morning, very late at night. I'd love to stay and play Mario Party, but I cannot. I gotta get going. I don't know, maybe when I come back we can play Mario Party. I don't freaking know. I do have to stay up late tonight actually. So probably actually. We'll see what happens. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'll leave. I gotta go right now. I appreciate it. The ramblings, the arguments are not serious. I don't hate anyone. I'm just very passionate about One Piece. You have to like it the way I like it, or I hate you. Okay, so yeah, I'll be going now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm in my box. You probably see me later tonight in a few hours. Who knows? Who cares if I get bored? All right. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.